Hello there. How you guys doing? As you might be able to see, well, today is a bit different. The one place where I could put like stuff that's actually on screen and in reach. So, yeah, I'm so proud of myself. So, anyways, I hope you're having a nice weekend so far. I'd assume that, well, those of you who haven't checked Discord and who just generally don't recognize the packaging, don't know what these are. So you might recognize them now. Chocolate eggs filled with toys. So yeah. And they've got two packages, because this is the standard one, and this is the one for girls. So yeah, there's standard and girls. And obviously I had to get both. And yeah, we'll be able to see what the differences between the toys are. Well, I mean, they're perfectly allowed in stores over here. So, not my fault that I think it's the FDA that's not allowing them. So, yeah. If I remember correctly, it was about them having a problem with there being a toy inside the food. But you'll see it, like, it's, well, I'll open one of these up. Which one do we want to go first? Do we want to go standard or girls? So, which one? Girls, standard. Girls? Alright. So. Hello, sorry. But yeah, I'll just show off the box. They've redesigned the packaging, so slightly confused about what they want you to do. Close enough. So, this is what the girl egg looks like. It has pink and flowers on the top. But yeah, I've actually had these growing up, so yeah. So, girl egg, standard egg. And as you might be able to hear, well, not in this one. No, I'm not. Like, you might be able to tell that there's something else in the egg, and it's not just loose parts. So, yeah. I'm not breaking it. And yes, I don't have any other eggs. So, sorry for the disappointment. They've changed the packaging more than I've realized, so apparently now it's just two parts of aluminum foil that are just stuck together in the middle. So, don't know why, but no, I won't be doing that. So, let's see if I can break it in half. Kind of. Close enough. So, yeah. It's totally unclear that this is plastic and not actually food. Well, the thing is, over here, I used to have them growing up, so they used to be packaged differently, and also this used to be slightly different design, so Anyways, opening this part. And... okay, we've got something. Not entirely sure what it's supposed to be. I think it's some kind of bird. So. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is all the assembly I need to do. So, alright then. Beautiful. It's a bird. Yes. So. Yes, apparently this is a toy. I don't really see the point in this specific toy, but... well. You can, like, do this, so... and I guess this is supposed to look like it's a seat or something at the top. You've got, like, steering type thingies, so, yeah. This is the first toy of today. Beautiful. I'll just put it right there. You will barely be able to see it. So, it's a bird, water, and if you roll it on a surface, the bird moves. So, yeah. Well, I was talking about, like, when I switch to the game, which I will be doing now. So, anyways. But yeah, I've still got 5 more to go. If I'm going to be opening all of these today. We'll see. Anyways. Zork. Well, actually, these aren't that bad at all. So, I just haven't eaten it yet because I just brushed my teeth. So, as you might be aware, toothpaste alters the taste of other stuff. So, I prefer not to eat it right now. Well, it's 2 types of chocolate, so, yeah. There's, like, the inner and outer layer. It's just how they work. So. I mean, fair enough. I will be eating these.
Hey, I've been talking a lot.
Because, well, I don't want food to go to waste. Yes, yes, I'm aware. And I'd say, so are a lot of people in chat. The thing is, I'm not sure you're aware, but, if I'm not entirely mistaken, these are at least, like, made in the EU, so, if not in Germany. Like, the company name is in German. So, I don't know where they're made, to be honest. I can see if the box says, so, Ferrero is the company. I don't know where they have their factories. But anyways. Well, still. It's not like it's bad chocolate. So. Well, from what I've been able to find out, it's about, the FDA just being against having, toys or, well, non-edible items inside of food. And having it be encased in a plastic thingy isn't enough, apparently. So, yeah. They just assume that people go, oh, this plastic thing is obviously food. Yes. Oh, it didn't even show off the instructions. Oh. Interesting. Oh, these are the wings. Should have checked the instructions. So, my bird is supposed to have wings. Obviously I'm not actually looking at the instructions, because, well, should be easy enough to figure out, right? So. But yeah, it seems like... Thanks for follow. Seems like the wings are supposed to attach somehow. Like that, probably. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Except this, well, flimsy piece of paper ripping. Which is a possibility. So. Might be the wrong way around. I don't really care. Now it has wings. So. Much better, right? So. There's that. Oh. Have it be turned like that. There. Still not sure if it's going to show up properly. But, well, either way. This is what it's supposed to look like. What's the name of that game? Oh, and it's not suitable for kids between 0 and 3 years old. So. Oh. It says so on the second thingy that's inside the plastic part, inside of the egg. So, yeah. Don't give this to a 3-year-old. Anyways, time to figure out what to do in this game. Yeah, I haven't played that one yet, so maybe I will at some point. For some reason, saying it like that makes it seem like it's not a kid's game. But who knows? Really? A game that's better than a movie? With there being a movie. So, I'm guessing the movie came first? And the game was better somehow? That's wild. Anyways, inventory. There we go. Is the map going to work today? Nope. Nope. Alright. So the map is still broken. Lovely. No, I haven't. I have seen lots of Disney movies, but, well, I need a working map. Are you sure? Am I going to have to click somewhere on the map? Because I don't know how to fix the map. So I'll see if I can find a save with a working map. So, yeah, there it still works. So when did it break? Here it still works. That one. Doesn't work anymore. Okay. Yeah. No chance. So 82? No, that's that one, I think. I think that's the same one I just tried. Yeah. Works perfectly fine. So 83?
Quack, quack.
Seems like it's the same save, but I don't think it is. Yeah, yeah. So it broke after save 82. So, is there no way to finish the game without a working map?
Quack, quack.
If so, I'll have to replay part of it. So,
Quack,
I
quack.
kind of need to know. Okay. So, let's see. What's the stuff I've done? Not much, I think. Right?
Quack, quack.
Yeah, I even have all the tree song stuff, so. Doesn't seem that bad. And just double checking that the map works. Yes, it does. And no, it doesn't anymore. Okay. Weird. So the map broke before this part. Oh no. So here. Map. Nope, broken. So, nope, there. How long ago was it? Back here? I keep on opening up the inventory in the wrong spot. Wow, it's broken. That is incredibly broken. Hello, how are you doing? Alright then. Yeah, it's starting to seem like this game is kind of broken. So, yeah. Interesting. No, just end the conversation.
Get out of here! I only use fresh ingredients in my potion.
Yes, yes. I'll drop the rotting meat. So. There it still works. So, at least that's one save where it works. So, what about this save? Actually, can I take a picture here? No, okay. Just wanted to know. Does it still work over here? Yes, it does. Okay. This one. Still works. Do I have this stuff yet? Nope. Okay. Well, I hope there's a save after dealing with the tree, where I have all that. So, we'll see. Well, we don't know yet. Does it work here? Yes, it does. Have I dealt with the tree yet? Yes, I have. See? Everything's fine. Welcome back. So, 77 works. What about this one? Oh, okay, so need to go back to 77. Wait a second, what did I do here? I think this might have been the time when I used the Illuminite. Yeah, I think taking a nap might have broken it. I need to test that.
Excuse me, but I think you are just a little overripe. I mean, you really smell
But yeah, I
bad.
think this might have been the time when I took a nap. So, how many coins do I have? 4.
Your room's right upstairs. You're in room 1.
Okay. But yeah, I want to see if I can recreate, well, that specific bug. So, Illuminite on the nightstand. There. And light switch. Fall asleep and dream.
Let me dream along with you. I like to see what others see. Feel what others feel.
It's alright.
More fears.
As I said, I grew up eating these, so I'm very much familiar with them. And, well, they don't seem to have changed the recipe. And when seeing the packaging, I wasn't sure if the inside of the girl's egg would be pink instead of just white chocolate colored. And it's not, so I'm kind of glad that that's the case. So. Nope, not broken yet. So. Maybe we're just doing fine now? Wait, what? Oh, I should have turned on the light first. Whoopsies. I'm dead now. Didn't know I'd just immediately die if I try and pick up the Illuminite. Yeah. Yes, I'm impressed with myself too. Alright.
Excuse
Doing it again.
me, but I think you are just a little overripe. I mean, you really
I did it right
smell
last time,
bad.
just not this time. What did I miss?
Your room's right upstairs. You're in room 1.
Well, if there's specific stuff you want me to comment on, just let me know, but... Oh. If it's your question on how the egg tastes, I'd say I already answered that. Like chocolate. And it's nothing new to me. So. Anyways.
Let me dream along with you. I like to see what others see. Feel what others feel.
And yes, that
I
seems
am more beyond.
very genuine when you say it like that. So, lights back, picking up the illuminite. So, checking the map. Okay, seems to be working. Because yes, several times. So I just kept on raising the price. And it used to be 100,000 points. So, yeah, I need to add more channel point stuff. Haven't really done too much with it, so. But basically, it was the first new channel point thing that I added. And it was way too cheap at the time, so. Well. Exactly. You get 10 hydrates for the price of 1. So. What's the problem? Yeah, exactly. I still need to add rewards, because, well, I've been slacking off when it comes to that. So, anyways. I'll overwrite this save, I think. Okay. And I'll take a picture of my inventory in the last save that I have. Exactly. No one wants to see that, so I don't need to stretch anyways. I'm just, well, doing perfectly fine. So. Now I can compare my inventory. So, let's see. No, I didn't. I was asleep. So, I have the claw, the rotting meat, the orb, key, magnet is one of the new items, mirror, dust, wire, book, of course, the stick, the illuminite, flask, bats, keys, the metal disc thing is another new one, thermos, the coin, sword, missing one piece of the disc, got the knife, got the book, matches, coins, the whistle, bow and arrows, puzzle, box, and the dead plant. So basically the only stuff that seems to have changed is the stuff I could get at the wizard's place, so. Let's not go down that route, shall we? Well, over here it's 11:39, so that's the time. AM. Fair enough. Thank you. But I'm sure your hair is glorious. Long hair is just generally fun. Anyways. So. I'm not sure how I'm doing on points on the newest save. Nice. Where are you from? So 110 points and... Okay, so missing 13 points. But I think a lot of them are from the wizard, so seems fine. So, alright. I guess we didn't even mess up that badly. So, wizard. Over this way. Well, can't say I know if my hair reacts that differently to cold water. Never really had to try, so yeah. Anyways, there's my map. Still messy as usual. Oh right, I should probably check if I have enough milk first. So, full of milk. Lovely. And I still have the hay and carrots and stuff. But, well. Well. I mean, I haven't really had a proper haircut in, well, probably last time was 2019. So, over a year. Yes. Yes, we do have daylight savings, and we switched last weekend, so it's not going to affect my schedule for a while now. So, we're back on, well, summertime, so. as long as this time is fine in your time zone, and you guys aren't switching to daylight savings or back from daylight savings anytime soon, seems like everything should be okay for now. Anyways, well, the only thing is that sometimes countries switch at different parts of March, or, well, when do you switch back? Like October or something? I think. Either way. No switching anytime soon. Wait, that's the wrong spot. I made an oopsie. I'll just go back. So. Well, the thing is, winter time was the standard time, so abolishing daylight savings would kind of mean abolishing summertime. So then you only have winter time the entire year. So, yeah. If you abolish daylight savings by going, we're just going to stick with summertime, that means abolishing your old time. Which is confusing. So, anyhow. Oh, I did change my schedule according to the time change. Because I do have to stick to my time zone. Which part am I in? Yeah, it's fine. Alright, seems I'm doing fine. There we go. I made it. So. There's my coin. There it is. Just show the coin. Those are 2 of the 13 points. Seems good. Really now? Well, they added a lot of them. Wait, 3? I saw 2. Did I get one for finishing the forest maze? Oh, one for the bell. Right. Right. I missed that one. Seems a bit silly to get a point just for ringing the bell. So, yes. Only 10 points to go.
Uh-oh. We're near Canuck's house. I've known Canuck a very long time, so I'll see you later.
Yes, my map still works. The forest stays the same. And yes, I will be slowly devouring a chocolate egg during the stream. So, yeah. Oh, right. That map. I thought you were talking about this map. But, yeah, that map still works. The thing that seems to have broken the map was staying at the hotel. So, good call having me check the map there. Yes. Yes. Because apparently that's going to be a problem. So, And I don't like problems. So.
Quack, quack.
Yes. Yes.
Quack, quack.
The toy is right there.
Quack, quack. Quack, quack.
Should I?
Quack, quack.
There. I can feed it again. So.
Thank you. I've been waiting a long time for that. I was getting tired of eating bugs and fish. But I found some really juicy
Possibly.
grubs down by the rushes. You've been traveling a long time.
But first you need to find something that
Like,
lays
you know?
chocolate eggs.
Maybe I can shed some light along your path.
Like, what would lay a chocolate egg?
Wichita's house. Looks like she planted some carrots on the path. Wonder how long it'll be before Snoot's cow finds them.
She's good. She's good. In 100 years, she'll be hot. Watch out.
They're all mine. Mine! Every mindless one of them!
That's Rebecca. She reads a lot. She'd make a good wizard if she'd just loosen up a little. That's one of my old partners, Moodok. I wonder how he is. He really knows his swords. Master strategist. He planned Dizzy World. Did you know that? We built that like it was an army going into battle.
He's one of my slaves.
Oh yeah.
Hello, how you
that
doing?
old Flathead.
Happy Easter to you too. Today is egg day over here, so don't be surprised if I'm secretly eating chocolate during this stream. So yes. Yes. Obviously I'm secretly eating chocolate. It's not like I opened the chocolate egg on stream. So. And assembled the toy. So. Yeah. Actually, false advertising. The one they have in the box is a flamingo. But this one's grey. And it looks pretty much like the flamingo one, just in grey. Yeah, I don't have that many chatbot commands. Another thing I need to work on. Yeah. So.
That's your
Luminite.
Midnight.
Pardon me.
No.
I have one just like it. They attract Illuminite.
Exactly.
Why don't you take that to the Cliffs of Depression? They might know what it is.
But apparently they didn't go for the pink one. Sometimes the packaging even says, like, that the colors may vary or something. But, well.
That's part of the last remaining flying disc of Frobos. The Frobos Magic Company made them 400 or 500 years ago. They were used to shatter walls of illusion.
The wizard said they would hide all the magic in the world behind one.
But that disc is broken into pieces and hidden.
I now live behind a
point.
wall of illusion.
So maybe it is a
They're a
flamingo.
lot of fun. We used
Just
to
a gray
break
one.
walls of illusion and throw those discs at them just to see them crumble.
Time to feed it some carrots, because as far as I know, that's how they deal with that in zoos and stuff. So, as far as I know, it's the same thing that makes carrots orange. Yeah. Don't know. Fair enough. So, what was the last thing I asked about? Did I ask about the orb yet? I don't
Hey.
think so.
I built that. I built that with
Yes,
some friends
that.
of mine. Moodok,
That stuff.
Trimbial, and Rupert. Rupert turned me into a duck. Why'd he turn me into a duck?
Literally.
Oh, you have a pet vulture.
They're all mine. Mine! Every mindless one of them!
Yes, you're so funny. Let's see, anything else?
Thank you.
Oh, dang it. Dang it. Dang it, that was the scroll.
Yo-zo-zo.
Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done that. Mistakes were made. Big mistakes. Haven't saved in a while. Everything's fine. This is fine. Nothing to see here. Nothing at all. Yeah, exactly. So basically, yesterday, but with chocolate. Exactly. Alright. Yeah, summon the ferryman. Fine. So that's the first point. So actually ringing it 3 times. Show the coin. And I'll save after the boat ride. But yeah, there isn't that much redoing. A thing that happened is the map broke. And apparently I need that to complete the game. So. The big map. The like, actual inventory item. So.
Uh-oh. We're near Canuck's house. I've known Canuck a very long time, so I'll see you later.
And I wasn't aware that was this big of a deal, otherwise I would have done this off screen. No, off stream. Not off screen. Off stream. But, well. And save. A cheese map? What? What's a cheese map?
Quack, quack.
I'll do it one last time. Just for good luck. There.
Quack, quack. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it
I've
hasn't
been
been
waiting
good
a
luck,
long
but
time
it's
for that.
fine.
I was getting
Everything's
tired of
fine.
eating bugs and fish. But I found some really juicy grubs down by the rushes.
Fool!
Oh,
You
whoopsies.
Zozo!
I did not want to go threaten, but I've got to save. Need to pay more attention to what I'm doing. This is what happens when I'm looking at chat. See? That's why it's better when I miss chat messages. Fine. Not going to feed the scroll to the duck this time.
Thank you. I've been
Not
waiting a long
threatened,
time for that. I was
fascinated.
getting tired of eating bugs and fish. But I found some really juicy grubs down by the rushes. You've been traveling a long time. Is there anything you'd like to know? Maybe I can shed some light along your path.
Okay. So, suspicious?
Thank you. I've been waiting a long time for that. I was getting tired of eating bugs
Can't remember
and
if
fish.
there are
I
points
found
tied to
some
this.
really juicy grubs down by the rushes.
Maybe you'd like to see some of my collection.
Yes, exactly. So,
Wichita's house.
yes.
Looks like she planted some carrots on the path.
Can I skip
Wonder
through
how
this?
long it'll be before
No.
Scoot's cow finds them.
She's good. She's good. In 100
Yeah, I
years
don't
she'll
think
be
there's a
hot.
skip button.
Watch out.
They're all mine. Mine! Every mindless one of them!
Mindless one of them, yes.
That's
But-
Rebecca.
I'm getting better at
She
lip
reads a
syncing
lot.
him.
She'd make a good wizard if she could loosen up a little.
So,
That's one of my old partners, Moodok. I wonder how he is. He really knows his swords. Master strategist. He planned Dizzy World. Did you know that? We built that like it was an army going into battle.
no. Hello, how you doing?
He's one of my slaves.
Oh yeah, that old flathead.
Right. So, items. Anything but the scroll. Yeah, I
That's Illuminati.
I don't have a
Pardon.
proper evil
Pardon me.
laugh. So,
I have
magnet.
one just like it. They attract Illuminite. Hey.
Or
I built that. I built that with some friends of mine. Moodok, Trimbile, and Rupert. Rupert turned me into a duck. Why'd he turn me into a duck?
because he likes
That's
ducks.
part of the last remaining flying disc of Frobos. The Frobos Magic Company made them 400 or 500 years ago. They were used to shatter walls of illusion.
The wizard said they would hide all the magic in the world behind one.
But that disc is broken into pieces and hidden.
I now live behind a wall of illusion.
They're a lot of fun. We used to wreck walls of illusion and throw those discs at them just to see them crumble.
So,
Why don't you take that to the Cliffs of Depression? They might know what it is.
what else did he react to other than the scroll? Don't think there was anything important.
Oh, I like
Oh, right, the
books.
book.
Oh, this part's written in Mythican, my old language. Here's a good one.
How many Union dwarfs does it take to dig up a piece of aluminite? 15. You got a problem with that? You got a problem with that? You don't get it. Oh,
Right.
you have a
Pet vulture.
They're all mine. Mine! Every mindless one of them!
Yes. Great laugh. 10 out of 10. Yeah, so he doesn't care about most of the items I have. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Alright. So... saving. And ask
I
that
know there's
bottle.
a piece of the disc in that bottle. I put it there myself. I can't get it, I'm too old. But I can shrink you so you can go inside and get it.
Yes! Go ahead.
Spell will only last 20 minutes. "20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Right. Put an inventory. And I want to go for 9, 4, 2, 7. And mirror. Close safe. Zoom out.
Full! Yazozo!
There. He's a duck again. How surprising.
Quack, quack.
What if I feed him the scroll and then take the egg? Can I take that with me? Does that break the game?
Quack, quack.
Now that's not the way I remembered it. Rupert had to turn him into a duck in self-defense. Canucks wacko. Now he's quacko.
Yes. Very funny. And no, I was not able to keep the egg. Yep, still here. But it just seems better to leave the scroll inside the egg. Well, I mainly just don't want to get chocolate on everything else, so it melts when you hold it, so yeah. It's chocolate that's very prone to melting. It's alright. Have you had them? I'm guessing they'd be available over there. So, how many points am I at? Nice. So, coin. Alright. So now we're basically back to where I was. That's a pretty good plan. I mean, who who says you're not supposed to eat them anymore as an adult? I mean, it's fine. They're still perfectly nice. I mean, especially if you either have kids yourself or know people who do, then the toys won't even go to waste. That sounds quite fun. I don't think I've had a chocolate bunny with Rice Krispies in it. I mean, I can't be sure I've ever even had Rice Krispies because they're probably known under a different name over here. So, anyways, no, don't load. Save. There. And I'll just overwrite that save after I'm out of the forest, so. Well. Fair enough. Pro tip, don't have kids if that's how you feel about kids. Or maybe having them would change that. Maybe you already do have some and you're just, well, trying to forget about those. In which case, sorry? But yes, kids are scary. Nope. That might have been too far. Yeah, that was too far. There. So... north? West. North. West. I'm confused. North? West? West? North a bunch? And I'm dead. So close. Yes, I misfriend. So, let's try this again. It's trickier this way around because I've mainly had practice walking that way, one way only, so. Anyways. Okay, time to drink some milk. And where do I not go? North. West. North. West. West again. North. Yes. Alright. So. Well, I don't really eat much chocolate, to be honest. I generally don't eat a lot of candy. So... I don't know. Probably just plain old milk chocolate. So, yeah. Nope. Map is still working. Yep. Map is doing fine. Hello. Have you played this game, or are you currently playing this game? Anyways. Let's see. Right, I'm going to polish this thing. Oh, you're currently playing it. Alright. I'm hoping I won't spoil anything. But I guess if you're using a walkthrough or something, then it shouldn't be too bad. So, time to go and get some more milk. Oh, it's alright. I think the mazes are a bit silly, but well. I just generally think that with most of these games. Oh, didn't feed carrots. My mistake. Thanks for not murdering me, cow. Okay, and the thermos. There we go. So, there. So, I got part of the disc, and the magnet, and the shiny metal thing. But I think the shiny metal thing might not actually be that useful from this point on. So, well, unless I need to use the mirror again, which is possible. But I don't know who else would try and, well, use a spell on me. Maybe the witch would. Still don't know why I have this stick. I'm sure there's a reason for it, but I don't know that reason. Like maybe there's a way to go back through the bog. Or whatever it's called. Hello, how are you doing? Happy Easter to you too. Welcome to the stream where you get to watch me eat chocolate and assemble kids' toys. And also play this game. Of course. But yeah. In case you need an explanation. Anyways. Still don't know what this is supposed to look like. And am I going to need glue to keep those things together? Because it seems like it would just fall apart. Good thing I'm finding them in the correct order. Because otherwise it wouldn't look like this. Oh, I didn't take a picture of him. Oh well, too late now. Or of his house. Probably should have done that. But I can't be bothered to go and do that anymore. It's fine. Hope we don't need to ask people about him. Nah. So, as long as the map works, that's fine. Speaking of the map, yes, good. Nice functional map. So, I'm still trying to figure out how to get the plants to not be dead. And also, why is this path invisible? That's strange. I'm also trying to figure out how to get past the troll. So, yeah. Well, how could I use the magnet? Can I just use the magnet in the cave to summon Illuminite? No. Where else could I use it? Or maybe I could try and use the magnet instead of using the puzzle? But either way, I'm not entirely sure why I'd need the magnet. I have 2 pieces of Illuminite. Seems like plenty. Yeah, I'm guessing this thing won't be that useful. Otherwise, I mean, it's just described as shiny. So, a shiny piece of metal. Sure, I guess I could melt it. But otherwise, seems like it's just a replacement for the mirror. And nothing else. Alright, so what could I do at this point? Except ask people about the wizard guy, because I don't have his picture. I guess I could use the recordings though. I'll see if it works. Because I think it should. Is that the one?
Oh, thank you. I've been waiting a long time for that. I was getting tired of eating bugs and fish. I found some really juicy grubs down by the rushes.
Canuck? Brilliant engineer. Genius with Illuminite. He made the whole thing work. But he started acting a little funny. I haven't seen him for a long time.
So, I guess I could ask people about him. Just not about his hut, because I don't have a picture of that either. So... okay, no more random calls from, well, wizard guy. Well, the green font on the recording thing is... it's alright. You mean this font or that font? Because, I mean, this is a pretty standard one. Yeah. It's alright. So... Still don't know what this thing is. It just seems like some weird roof? Possibly?
Oh, hiya, sailor.
If I ask him about the witch lady, he just doesn't remember her, right? At least he doesn't remember talking to her recently.
I had a girl.
Yeah.
She was a witch. She's quite a girl. I had a fight with her a while back. I don't even remember what about. Haven't spoken since.
So who brought back the boat? Because that's the same boat. And she took the boat. So how does he not remember talking to her? This game is weird sometimes. And I mean, kind of creepy weird. Because he should remember that. Who brought back the boat? What happened here? Where is she? Maybe. But either way, it's bizarre. So... time to figure out what to work on next. I guess it might be about the plant. So, what do I know about bonding plants? I think it was something along the lines of, unless it's been destroyed in some way, it won't grow back in the same spot. But I'm not sure if that means that, if I eat the plant, it's just gonna grow back where I found it. Or if I incinerate it, that's also a possibility. So, I don't know. And I don't know how to take one, as in take a bonding plant without killing it. Because it died very quickly. So... it's tricky. So, which save are we on? 82. So, I'll create a save here. And throw the plant in the incinerator. Close the incinerator. Check that it's ash now. It is. So. And it supposedly grows near signs. But there aren't that many. So... oh, that's a sign. But it doesn't seem to grow there. I can't go over to the other farm from here. Or, yes I can. This way. I'll take some carrots. Just in case. Yeah, so that works. Got nothing near this sign. Nothing here. There's a sign down there. I don't know if eating it or burning it would be the better option, but can't do both. Well, unless I incinerate myself. Or eat the ash. Neither one seems like a good option, so I'll not do that. So, is there a sign over here? Nope. Was there a sign at the boat place?
Oh, hiya, sailor.
Nope. At the cave?
I've been looking for you. Listen to this.
Hello,
I've
Rebecca.
heard that the ancient muses of the arts are, in fact, the ancient ruins. And maybe that they're part of the forge.
Well. Gee, thanks. And yes, the sound quality is sometimes inconsistent. Don't know if or how I could fix it. So, yeah, don't worry about it. So, actually, I'll check the rest of the area. Like, at least the store. To see if there's a sign. Maybe the hotel / inn. So, the store. Don't see any plants. Don't see any plants here. Nothing here. So, well, what about the smith? He kind of has a sign. But yeah, that's it though. So. There's a very angry tiny dog barking in the distance.
Whoa, rah!
I don't think my
Of
mic's
course you
picking
do.
it up, but well.
Would you mind standing a little farther back?
So, where would this plant grow?
Ugh. Oh, do you think you have to go outside for anything?
You guys doing okay? Sure.
Oh, it's you again. Stay back, okay?
So, does the map still work? Yes, it seems to. Lovely. Right. So, save. There. I think. And do I? Yes, I do die immediately. No, we're not. We're currently looking for the bonding plant. So the bridge isn't safe. I'm guessing the bridge broke in half.
Oh, it's you again. Stay back, okay?
Can I just cross the river here? Well, it was death by drowning, so... would make the most sense if it was because the bridge broke. Question is, how am I going to get past this bridge? I can't seem to interact with the bridge.
Oh, it's you again.
But I can interact with the
Stay back,
river.
okay?
What if I use the stick on the river? No. I can throw stuff in the river. How would I get past the bridge? I mean, I'm on the bridge here. Why am I off the bridge on the other screen? Seems like the bridge should be safe since I'm able to stand on it. Or at least that part is. How would I try and get past the giant river without having to touch it, because apparently I can't swim.
Want some rye?
Of course you do.
And I'm pretty sure I have to cross it from this side.
Want some rye?
Of course you do.
Wait. Does that do anything? No. No, that does not change anything. I figured it might, but no. Somehow it looked like the water was flowing the other way now. But it's not clearly established which way it's flowing over here, so... It's really just when it's turning the wheel. But I guess it was flowing this way the entire time. Just haven't been paying attention.
Oh, it's you again. Stay back, okay?
How could I get past the bridge? Or, well, past the river, mainly. If I had, like, a rope or something, I could possibly tie it to an arrow and then shoot that over. And then use that to cross the river. But I don't, so... I don't think my tiny piece of wire is going to work. At least it seems incredibly unlikely. What if I put the rotting meat in the river? No, okay. The Illuminite? No. What if I use the Illuminite with the flask? No. No. No progress. None at all. I think I might need a hint, to be honest. Like, maybe I'm just not supposed to do this part yet, and the game's just not telling me. In which case... well... would be nice if the game... well... it's not here. A clue about the vultures. I mean... wait. Am I supposed to try and travel by vulture? If so, how? Because I can attract them, but I can't really do anything with them. I can't even click on it. So... what if I stand on the bridge? No? Okay. Is it something about using the magnet with the whistle? No. I mean, if you say it was the guy at the lighthouse, then his recordings should probably tell me.
Road to the south is impassable. Absolutely impossible to pass. Impassable.
Well.
I've seen him before. Come with that phony timeshare swindler, huh?
There. One egg down. Only took me like an hour to eat. As I said, I don't really eat that much candy. So, yeah. Yes. Yes, I know. But they last till, well, October and August, depending on which box you're talking about. So, you don't have to worry about the eggs going stale or something. It's gonna be fine. But should we open another one? While we ponder and trying to figure out what to do with the vultures.
You look up there. Runs on illuminite. But you don't know what illuminite is. It glows brighter than swamp gas.
I'll just go for a standard one this time. His shovel comment. I don't think he said anything about a shovel. Yes, I've opened the packaging, so. Nice. Actually managed to get a cross-section, kind of. So, what's our second toy? Oh, it's Lots of parts this time. We get 4 parts. So. This part, not sure if it's going to show up. My camera doesn't always do what I want it to. So, seems it's going to be another animal themed one based on the parts. And a green thingy. So. Let's see. Once again, not looking at any instructions, because who needs instructions anyways? So. There, and there? Somewhere in there. Yeah. That's the thing it's supposed to clip to. There. So it's another pulley thingy with an animal. Let's see. Are there any additional parts? Nope. Nope, that's it. So. Yeah. That's just the entire toy. I see a theme here. There they are. It's not a donkey. It's like a buffalo or something? Not sure if they say. They don't. It seems they went the IKEA route with just having pictures and... well, not really having any written instructions. But fair enough, these are meant for kids. So, not all kids are going to actually know how to read yet. So, yeah, I think it's a buffalo. And it's pulling something. Definitely something. Some green... well, pile of whatever. No, I'm saying that having pictures instead of words as the instructions makes it more international. So. And the safety thing is in lots of languages. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37 languages. So, having the manual be in 37 languages would probably be a bit difficult. So. Yeah. Odds are that's why they did that. So, well, it seems like a smart move to just have pictures, and if you have any text, have it be in English. So, the only text on there is, well, the copyright stuff and download the free app. And then the URL and QR code to download the app. Several are languages I couldn't even begin to pronounce because I have no concept what to do with that symbol. So, yeah. And I don't even know what most of those languages are. I just have a 2-letter abbreviation for most of them. Some of them. Some of them. Not even all of them. So, yeah. And some of them are very similar. Don't know. If it's... To me, it just reads as squiggly lines. So, if it's squiggly line, squiggly line, squiggly line, squiggly line, then it's not going to be very interesting. There is German in there, yes. So, yeah, it's one of the first couple of languages, since they do seem to be in alphabetical order. So, I think there's Russian on here too. So, there's that. There's lots of different ones I can't name. No. But I'm pretty sure English is on here. Yes. Warning. Read and keep. Toy not suitable for children under 3 years. Small parts might be swallowed or inhaled. I don't speak Russian, so I can't read Russian. Because I don't know how to pronounce the different letters. Anyways. I don't have a shovel, so... Don't know what shovel comment I should be hearing. Well, I don't read or speak Russian. So... What was he going to say about a shovel? Pretty sure I asked him about all these.
The road to the south is impassable. Absolutely impossible to pass. Impassable. You look up there. Runs on illuminite. But you don't know what illuminite is. It glows brighter than swamp gas.
Okay. And I can go up there, which, well, hours of fun. Well, I'm not going to try. So... Sure, I could do that. Well, it's German, so... It's not so much specifically Austrian. Just like the English one isn't specifically US or UK English or anything like that. So. Lesen und aufbewahren. Warnungshinweis. Nicht für Kinder unter 3 Jahren geeignet, da Spielzeug oder Kleinteile verschluckt werden oder verschluckt oder eingeatmet werden können. There. Anyways. Nothing to say about the vines. How do I show a picture of the vulture? Oh, I didn't take a picture of the vulture. Alright, I need to take a picture of the vulture. Load. And take a picture. There we go. Pretty sure I took the picture afterwards last time. So.
Oh. I sense we're near the lighthouse. Ask that old fool how the road to the south is.
What's that? Who's there? Who are you? What's the password? I can't let you in without the password. And don't try swordfish. I know it's not that. I tried it myself. I couldn't get in. So I know it's not that. Well, we haven't had any visitors here since, I don't know how long. You must be another one.
But yes,
of
I know my
Rupert's
voice is
sweepstakes
different
ones,
when
yeah?
speaking German.
Okay, what's the password? Did you say the password? I can't remember.
It's been that way for, well,
You must have already said it.
a while. It's just... it's a thing. Don't ask me why. I don't know. So... nope, nothing to say about the vulture.
Come back anytime. Let me know if you find any extra illuminate. I could use it.
That old bore. Oh, that reminds me. Did you hear the one about the appetite? About the appetite of the wild boar? In the forest of the spirit.
Nope. Can't take a picture there. Well, I don't know why I sound different when speaking other languages. I don't think it's... well, I don't think it used to be as pronounced when I was attempting to speak French back when I had to do that. So... yeah. It's just a thing. There. I've got a rock now. What if I show him the rock? Look, a rock. Nothing to say about the rock. Okay. But it's a nice rock. So... somewhat. I had it in school. So, I just refuse to speak it now. Mainly because, well, let's say my teachers weren't the most supportive. Because apparently my pronunciation was way off and I just couldn't get it right. So, yeah, now I just don't speak it. But yeah, I don't know how to get him to say the stuff about the vultures. So... well, as I said, it's... well... not really something I do anymore. And it's not like I'm good at it. I never was. Exactly, so that's why I don't speak French. I guess I could just
Good thing you knew
talk
the
and
password. It's not safe out there.
do these.
Those buzzards will steal everything that's nailed down. Sticky fingers. I'd say magnetic. The other day, one of them flew by and my shovel flew off after it.
Okay.
Down the road to the south, East and West Shanbar used to span the Northern River. But East Shanbar just up and disappeared, and West Shanbar just went south.
So, the vultures carry magnets? I guess? Maybe? So, does the map still work? Yes, it does. So. But yes, after having been corrected so many times and just never ever ever getting the pronunciation right, I kind of just decided that French isn't for me. So as soon as I was done with French in school, I just, well, didn't really use my French skills ever. So now they're still slightly there, but I mainly just don't speak French. I can read it to some extent. I can sometimes understand some words when people are speaking French, but overall, well, anyways. How am I going to manage to interact with the vulture? Because I don't just want to have the Illuminite fly off with it. But I could try and drop it and then call the vulture. Does that do anything? Nope. Yes, I do. But I don't know what to do with a talon other than just throw it. Because, well, I can do that. And it's not that interesting to do that. So, not the Illuminite. There. So... yes. Yes. Because then she punches me in the face and... I mean, why wouldn't I want that? Okay, so I can't switch items after having used the whistle. So... what if I've got a dropped item? Can I switch to that? Probably not, but... drop, and... use the whistle. Nope. Doesn't work. Yeah. Yeah, she is. No, I don't think I can. I just click on the map. And nothing happens. I don't move. So, I don't think I can travel by using the map. Fast travel does not seem to be a thing just yet. Maybe later, but not yet. So, how do I convince the vulture to pick me up? Do I have to melt a bunch of metal objects to create one big clump of metal and then hold that and see what happens? Or maybe I can use the wire on the whistle somehow? Nope. What if I try and use the whistle down here? Does that do anything? was wondering, because the bridge would be in the way. What if I use it inside a building?
Would you mind standing a little farther back?
Nope. What if I use it in that building? Nope. I guess the vultures know where they shouldn't try and go. Anyways. What could I try and do? It seems like the vultures are flying magnets, basically. Otherwise, how would the shovel fly off with a vulture? Can I use the talon on the magnet? No. On the whistle? No. The illuminite on the whistle. I've already tried that. Pretty sure. Yeah. Doesn't do anything. So. Illuminite on the talon? No. What if I use the knife on the bats? Nothing. Okay. And on the box? Still nothing. Alright. Don't stab your box of mice. Obviously. But I just had to try it for science. So... what could I do? I mean, I can't really use any items after using the whistle. So, it can't be that difficult, right? Do I need to combine items? Like, how would I combine the whistle with something else and have it still work? Well, the magnet and the whistle don't seem to combine. So... fine. So I need to hold the magnet while using the whistle. Okay. Did I lose my magnet? I'm pretty sure I did. I want my magnet back. Give it back. Give me my magnet. Gimme. Oh, and the whistle disappeared too. How am I supposed to get it back? Can I... okay, I can just fast travel now. Alright.
What's that? That glowing thing.
It's illuminite.
Ah, thank you.
But I needed that.
How long I've been waiting for this. Those other probozos Rupert suckered in never came back.
Keeper takes an illuminite rock from you. Oh, fine, I guess. Yes. Yes, it did. So, I'll keep this save just in case I don't know, really want to try and use the picture of the wizard and the hut to ask someone about the wizard. I don't know. Actually, I could try and go back to that save and see if the map is still broken after doing the whole vulture thing. So, magnet on the whistle. Fine, wrong spot then. What if I use it over here? That should work, right? Yeah. So. Magnet. No, don't drop it. Whistle. Nope. Nope, the map is still broken. Nice. So, wait. Does that mean I will need to restart the game just to get out of this loop? I think so. Alright. Sorry about that. I just wanted to see if that would happen, and apparently yes. Yes, it does. But yeah, I went back to the other save. So, don't worry. I've still got the save where it works. But yes, I would have indeed been stuck. Yes, yes. Obviously. So, load that save. So,
it's a good thing you knew the password. It's not safe out there. Those buzzards will steal everything that's not nailed down. Sticky fingers. I'd say magnetic. The other day, one of them flew by and my shovel flew off after it. Down the road to the south, East and West Shanbar used to span the Northern River. But East Shanbar just up and disappeared, and West Shanbar just went south. Well, actually, it didn't just disappear. It sort of, gradually disappeared. First the inn, the general store, the Mudok's place. It's eerie. Even half the bridge is gone. The road to the south.
Half the bridge is gone, so
Absolutely impossible
there you go.
to pass. Impassable.
Nope.
The road to the south is
Alright.
impassable. Absolutely impossible to pass. Impassable.
Mayor, nope. So won't be able to build the raft again. That should be fine. And no bonding plant.
This used to be called the Valley of the Sparrows. It's had a name change recently.
The answer is I ate my bonding plant. Convenient time to eat chocolate. Yes. Or no, we threw it in the incinerator this time, so well, close enough. Well, still gone. Yes, I ate the bonding plant. Well, this time I set it on fire, but I have eaten it several times. Just to see if it would reappear somewhere. And not be dead. So.
This used to be called the
Why
Valley
does he
of the
keep on
Sparrows.
saying that?
It's had a name change recently.
How are you doing? Yeah, well. What if I use the map to travel over here? And then use the map to travel back. And it's still gone. Alright. Okay then. So, going back to this save, I think? Yeah. Still got the bonding plant here. So. What do you think of which interface? The map interface? Or the user interface in game in general? Or, like... What do you mean? In general, I mean, it's fine. I think the way the inventory can sometimes pop up in a spot where you can't click at the... Well, you can't click on the map without just going to the save menu instead. So, that part I'd say is inconvenient. So... Yeah, true. That is kind of fun. The fact that I can just eat it. Because why not? Random item. Why not eat it? So, magnet on the whistle. Nope, does not work over here. Dang it. How about over here? Okay. So, the other map and the lighthouse. Nothing here. Bonding plant is still not doing so well. What if I try and use the bonding plant on the sign? Just throw it at the sign. No. That doesn't do anything.
This used to be called the Valley of the Sparrows. It's had a name change recently.
So... what if I throw the bonding plant from over here? It disappeared. Oh noes. Alright, I made the bonding plant disappear. Oh, there it is. Interesting. I found it. Yes, yes I did. Very far. So... how do I get my bonding plant to live?
That glowing thing.
Do you mean my... box of matches?
Not that. That.
No.
Not that. That.
Fine. There.
Ah. Thank you. You don't know how long
Doing
I've been
alright,
waiting
how
for
about
this.
you?
Those other proposals Rupert suckered in never came back.
So maybe there's something I can do with the railing now. Okay. Well, that's rather silly. Fine, so I guess I do have to eat it.
Hey, come back when you don't smell so bad. Ugh, gas mask.
Nah. No gas mask required. So, time to eat the bonding plant. Well, save then eat the bonding plant. Just in case something messes up. So, there. And eat the plant. And, well. You're allergic to them. Well. That sounds dangerous if you like watching retro games. So. Just using the bow should count, right? Yeah, okay. I'll just practice my archery. It's going great. I'm still a lousy shot. Fun sound effect though. So, is my bonding plant back again? Nope. Time for some more archery practice. Oh, fine. Sure, I can just walk back and forth. This is so much better.
Hey, come back when you don't smell so bad. Ugh, gas man.
Well, I mean, they're still arrows, so... Yeah, I preferred archery practice too. What if I just walk back and forth between the lighthouse and the mountain pass? Does that work? Probably not. So. I think so? No, don't throw the bow. Yeah, true, we can kill people. And then it just tells me that the path to victory is blocked. But I'm not sure if you can get soft locked without the game telling you. Oh, right. You can incinerate items. Oh, and you can give the coin to the ferryman. And then you're just stuck too. So. Actually, let's go visit this spot? Nope. Instant death. Okay. I could have guessed, but instant death, of course. Fine. We'll go visit the lovely witch instead.
Ooh, get out of here!
She's back.
I only used fresh ingredients in my potion.
Yes, it was a clue, but I don't listen to those. So...
You know, there's a fear talisman that'll scare the webbing right out of that spider.
Fine.
I used to have it, but
I need the
some
fear talisman.
little troll lifted it when I was out.
Alright. So, I guess the troll guard has it. And what about
She's
Canuck?
good. She's good. In 100 years, she'll be hot. Watch out.
That's Canuck. He's cute. He was a lot younger than Wizard Trimbile when they cast the long life spell. Rupert had to turn him into a duck, for his own good.
Alright then. Seems there's a bit of a love triangle going on with Boat Kid and her and Wizard Guy. I mean, for it to be a proper triangle, I guess Boat Kid would at least have to know Wizard Guy. But, well. Hello, how you doing? Yeah, of course I want some rye. Plenty of it, please. Like, how about a new glass of it anytime I enter the room?
Oh, hello. The potion's not ready yet, but you could have a cup of tea. Frogs have to boil down just a bit. I use too much water. Most people wouldn't dare smile at a witch. Someone special used to smile at me like that. We haven't spoken in ages. Forget why.
But... Why did you steal my boat then? Why?
Oh, that's Ben, my beau. Or at least he used to be.
What was
To go
that whole
sailing a
letter
lot.
thing about? So, can I use the map in here? I'll teleport over here. Oh, I haven't taken a picture of the outside of the hut yet. There we go. Lovely.
Quack, quack.
Nope. Can't turn him back into a human and take a picture because, well, I'd die. Oh, I haven't eaten the plant yet. I should do that. So. Yes. Yes, I played for quite a while. But, well, technically, I needed the magnet to have it work, right? Or could I have used a different item instead? So, is the bonding plant going to be where it's supposed to be yet, or not? Nope. Yeah, obviously I could use the fiber from eating a plant after eating this much chocolate. So why isn't this plant growing? And where do I want to spend my time walking back and forth? I'd say over here seems good. Just walking between the different shops and stuff.
Oh, it's you again. Stay back, okay? Oh, it's you again. Stay back, okay?
And it's me again.
It's you again. Stay back, okay?
Was that enough of that? Nope. Oh, there it is. Nice. It actually grew. So, look at the bonding plant.
I think it likes you.
Okay. Pull the bonding plant. And it's dead. Okay. So, I can't rip out the bonding plant. Yeah, well, too late now. Time to walk around some more. Oh, there it is. So, saving. Before even looking at the bonding plant, because I learn from my mistakes sometimes. Emphasis on sometimes. So, knife on the bonding plant? Nope. So it's not that. Dig. Nice. So, I dug out the bonding plant using a knife? Sure. That works. So, it's still alive. So.
Okay. So you think you're funny? Go ahead, make me laugh.
What? Why me? Am I funny? Talk to the audience instead. But they don't want to talk to me. I can save again, but like... It's not that long ago. What if I just leave? It's an option. Yeah, well, it's not a Sierra game, but...
better this time. I wouldn't tempt my luck down here if I were you. Get out of here while you still can.
How's my bonding plant doing? It's dying. Oh. What if I throw a talon? No? Okay. What if I stab people? Like him.
You better get out of here fast. If you're gonna do it right.
A punchline for your rude behavior. Okay. They threw me out for trying to stab the guy. Can I stab him now?
Get out of here. You only have a few seconds left. Look at your bonding plan. Come back later. If you're gonna do it right.
Anyways. I'll go back to my previous save. And dig up the bonding plant. There. And... time to go back there. But yeah, I guess I'll have to save just because otherwise I need to keep on doing that. Because the plant is going to keep on dying. So. It's a silly one.
Okay. So you think you're funny? Go ahead, make me laugh.
Alright. What if I show off how bad I am at archery? They don't seem impressed. Fairy dust? Nope. What if I eat my bonding plant? No problems?
I wouldn't tempt my luck down here if I were you. Get out of here while you still can.
But I no longer have a bonding plant. See, the joke is humans have a heartbeat. Isn't that funny? So, yeah, I ate my plant, so they can't throw me out, right?
You better get out of here fast.
But... oh. But yeah, I'll load my save. There we go. So it seems I need to ask him something funny. Sure.
I wouldn't tempt my luck down here if I were you. Get out of here while you still can.
Nope.
You better get out of here fast. Get out of here. You only have a few seconds left.
Why is
Look
my
at your
plant
body, Come
dying
back
so
later.
incredibly fast?
Game's over for you.
I'm too depressed for comedy now. But yeah, I guess maybe my bonding plant was dying because of me trying to tell bad jokes, yeah.
I wouldn't tempt my luck down here if I were you. Get out of here while you still can.
No.
You better get out of here fast.
How am I
Get outta
supposed to
here.
know?
You only have a few seconds
Oh,
left.
I have a joke book.
Look at your bonding plant. Come back later.
Forgot about that. Oh, maybe I can play the recording of people reading out the jokes.
Game's over for you.
Yeah. So. Tape recorder.
That's Rebecca. She reads a lot. She'd make a good
He's one of my select
That's Illuminate.
midnight.
I have one just like it. Hey, I built that. That's part of the last remain.
Why don't you take that to the cliff?
Oh, I like books. Oh, here's a good one. It's written in Mythican, my old language. How many Union dwarfs does it take to dig up a piece of Illuminite? 15. You got a problem with that? Ah! You got a problem with that? Ah! Ah, what do you know about funny? Get out of here.
Okay. Which lady read one of them? So, where's she?
Oh, I love that place. They've got the... Oh, I remember him. You know, there's a fear talisman that'll scare the webbing. Oh, Oh, you've got one of Rupert's orbs. Aww. Have you ever tried... Oh, let me see. Oh, it's in Zork mid-script. Do you know why most Zork jokes are one line? So flatheads can remember them.
I still need to tell more. Oh no. So... Did Rebecca tell me one? I'll try and figure out by actually showing the book to her, so. Because I can't remember. So, where is she? Hello.
I've been looking for you. Listen to this. I've heard that the ancient muses of the arts are, in fact, the ancient ruins. And maybe that they're part of the forge. There were supposedly dangerous dust bunnies, too.
So. Book. Show.
I studied up. I can translate it now. Why do flatheads write TGIF on their shoes? Toes go in first.
Okay. Great. And how's my bonding plant doing? It's dying. But it's fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. So. I hope 3 jokes are enough. And that's Rebecca.
Well, let's see if you could do better this time.
Okay.
Oh, you've got some aluminite?
No.
The bogs, honey. You're wise to take care. It's very rude to... You're wise. The bogs, honey. Oh, you've got some aluminite? Oh, let me see. Oh, it's in Zork mid-script. Do you know why most Zork jokes are one line? So flatheads can remember them.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Okay. So I already read all of those. Becca.
Hey, good to see you. I've been looking for you. Listen to this. I've heard that the ancient muses of the art... Hey, good to... I've been wondering... The vulture... I found out what Morpheus is doing with the stone...
Oh, fine, so... I guess I need to show it to the blacksmith too, if that's the case. So... So...
That's Rebecca. That's one of my old partners.
He's one of my
That's Illumina. I have one just like it. Hey, I built that. That's part of...
Why don't you take that?
Oh, I like books.
Okay, so it's 11. Which one was it for the witch? Oh, we can do Rebecca too.
There you are. My dad. He collects everything. I read in Magic Monthly that... There you are. Oh, and I also heard... There you are. Hey, good to see you. There have been a lot of I've been wondering where... Hi, how's your progress? I found out what Morpheus is doing. The vultures are good for... I've been wondering where... I've been looking for you. Hey, good to see...
Okay, so... It's... earlier than that. So, back to the start.
See if you can figure this out. Okay. There you are. I've heard about the Cliffs of Depression. Keeps milk fresh for days. So you got one of Rupert's orbs. And what you need are positive. You know the lighthouse keeper's gonna lose. The mayor's office has a great... Oh, so you've met Mavis? That woman, she's got... Count your fingers after you... That guy does nice work. That place is full of... My dad. Talk about negative. Poor Pugny. There you are. I studied up. I can translate it
There,
now.
19.
Why do flatheads write TGIF on their shoes? Toes go in first.
And... yes, yes. Yes. The Cliffs of Depression do that. Obviously.
Oh, I love that place. Oh. Oh. You've got one of Rupert's. Oh. Aww. Have you ever tried to milk a cow with... Oh, let me see.
8.
Oh, it's in Zork mid-script. Do you know why most Zork jokes are one line?
So, map to go over here. I need to show him the book.
I know that language. Do Zork mids.
Okay. What?
I know that language. Do Zork mids.
How many do I have? 1. Oh. So. Okay. No. Just west, I think. Right? Yes. There we go. So... now we should have enough.
I know that language. Do Zork mids.
Okay, so coins. Oh. There.
Did you hear the one about the boar in the forest? Oops. Sorry. Greasy fingers. Here. One Zork mid. Here. Can't read it now.
So, what if I show it to him again?
My red half of it.
Okay. No.
My red half of it.
How do I get him to read the other half? I don't think I have. Guess I'll have to go through all my recordings.
Did you hear the one about the boar in the forest? Oops. Sorry. Greasy fingers.
Oh, fine. Oh, right. It was at the start when he was losing connection.
I sense we're near the lighthouse. This used to... That old bore. And that's the only way to get out of there alive. I hope you remember that when the time comes. What year is it? The mayor's office. That guy drinks so much. Now, it isn't easy to trick evil. Hey, you remember that spy I told you about? Hey, you remember that You know, I've lived a long... Yikes! I remember... That's no poodle. That's a hellhound. Well, our eyesight isn't that good.
Yeah, he said something about a boar just a second ago, but it didn't seem like it was part of the boar joke. I'll just have him play all of them.
Hey, I've been talking a long time.
No.
This used to be called the Valley of the...
No.
I sense we're near the lighthouse. That old boar. Oh, that reminds me.
Oh.
Did you hear the one about the about the appetite of the wild boar? In the forest of the spirit...
Okay. So,
that old boar.
Number 4.
Oh, that reminds me. Did you hear the one about the about the appetite of the wild boar?
Can I play the recording to him or something?
That old boar.
Seems I need to play the recording to someone.
That old boar. Oh, that reminds me. Did you hear the one about the about the appetite of the wild boar? In the forest of the spirit...
So, maybe she's going to respond. Oh. Still have my rotting meat here. So.
That old boar. Oh, that reminds me. Did you hear the one about the about the appetite of the wild boar? In the forest of the spirit...
Just alright. What if I play the Smith one?
Did you hear the one about the boar in the forest? Oops. Sorry. Greasy fingers.
Okay. I mean, don't know why the mayor would know it, but maybe he does know it. For some random reason.
Did you hear the one about the boar in the forest? Oops. Sorry. Greasy fingers.
No comment. And
That old bore. Oh, that reminds me. Did you hear the one about the appetite? About the appetite of the wild boar? In the forest of the spirit.
That is our keeper of the flame. The brave soul who lives all alone, keeping an eye peeled for vultures. He's a trifle long-winded. The only way to get his attention is to put something right in front of his face.
And that's the only way to get out of there alive. I hope you remember that when the time comes.
I'm not sure he can read it. Fine.
How many computer programmers does it take to screw in a light bulb? That's a hardware problem.
Okay. Fine. Whatever. I guess the whole blacksmith thing was just useless. Either that, or I still need to find a way to complete that joke.
How many implementors does it take to screw in a light bulb? That's a hardware problem.
So. Thanks for the raid. How you doing? And yes, the audience likes them for some reason, I don't know. So, maybe humor works differently over here. Hello. How you doing? We're currently trying to do stand-up comedy, I think. So. Which in this case means playing recordings of people reading out jokes. So, makes perfect sense. Doing alright.
Okay. So you think you're funny? Go ahead, make me laugh.
So.
How many implementors does it take to screw in a light bulb? That's a hardware problem.
Okay. Now the witch.
Oh, let me see. Oh, it's in Zork mid-script. Do you know why most Zork jokes are one line? So flatheads can remember them.
Okay. I'll go for Rebecca next.
I studied up. I can translate it now. Why do flatheads write TGIF on their shoes? Toes go in first.
Okay. And Canuck.
Oh, I like books. Oh, here's a good one. It's written in Mythican, my old language. How many Union dwarfs does it take to dig up a piece of aluminite? 15. You got a problem with that?
Ah! You got a problem with that? Ah!
Ah, what do you know about funny? Get out of here.
They're roaring after your fourth joke. You win the contest.
I never expected to have a winner. I'd like you to have this. I gave my son the other one for good luck.
Oh, alright. So...
Get out of here. You only have a few seconds left. Look at your bonding plan. Come back later.
fine, there. Guess I need to eat my bonding plant again before I can ask him questions. There it is. So, gonna dig that up again. Nope, nope, nope. Wrong map. So, since I won the contest, what does that do? Does that now cure everyone's depression? Because that is obviously how life works. Because I made them laugh. I told them 4 jokes.
Well, let's see if you could do better this time.
But I already did pretty well last time. How many jokes do I need to tell?
Oh, I like books. Oh, here's a good one. It's written in Mythican, my old language. How many Union dwarfs does it take to dig up a piece of aluminite? 15! You got a problem with that?
You got a problem with that?
What do you know about funny? Get out of here.
I wouldn't tempt my luck down here if I were you. Get out of here while you still can.
Fine. I guess I just need to leave anyways, so whatever. I have another piece of this thing. Still don't know how to get the medallion. So, I'd say I could probably eat one more of these. So, which egg do we want? Classic or girl? We've got 2 more of each, so. Both are definitely an option. Not plastic, classic or girl. So. Just noticed that the print on the girl one seems different in a way. I think it's bigger. Or no, on the girl one it's smaller. And it seems lighter on the back, but I don't know why. So, classic. Alright. Yes, it's the last one for today, I'd say. We can do another egg stream at some point. Because, I mean, got 3 more, so. Might as well eat them on stream, I guess. So. What's going to be in this one? I hope it's going to be slightly different than the other ones. If I can get it open. Alright. Well, it has wheels, whatever it is. And I think I see... flames? And stickers. So I think we got a car. So... there, and... there. Yep, it's a car. Sure, we could do more chocolate next Sunday. Yeah, it's not going to be like, after my surgery, so... because afterwards, like, not entirely sure how long it'll take me to get back to eating normal food instead of blended food. So, we'll see. How do I put this on there? I think I'm supposed to put the flames on the back of the car somehow. There we go. Beautiful. Look how realistic. Oh, and if the car drives, it spins the flames. No, I started ignoring you last when you pointed out that I missed your chat message. Because I don't mean to ignore anyone. So, gotta put the stickers on there. Beautiful. The other one... yeah, it's way too realistic. Not suitable for kids. They might burn themselves. So, yeah, it's a beautiful car. With spitty flames. So, there. So I'd say, well, the toys are interesting, but not extremely high quality. Like, for example, the flames. Well, it looks like that part is just gonna deteriorate immediately. Yes, delicious toys. Pro tip, eat the toys, not the chocolate. And I'll look at the instructions. See if there's anything interesting on there. Oh! They folded them differently this time. I think. Yeah. Like, for the other ones, they folded the instruction half this way and then just... oh. Twisted it like this. But with this one, it's folded. So, it's kind of like a fancy little booklet. And then they just had it in that way. So, it was probably because of the flames and the stickers. To make sure that stuff works right. But yeah, the instructions are pretty self-explanatory. Nah. I don't read French. Does it even have French on there? It has Dutch. French, French, French. Yes. Yes. but I'm not going to read it. I've looked at the French. It's a nope for me. So. Seems like there's just one more piece missing. Be nice. So. My bonding plant is dying again, but that's fine. It's meant to do that. So. Is there anything else I want to ask the witch? Because, I mean, there are new items that I've received since then, so... Illuminite?
Oh, you've got some illuminite? You know, the dwarfs found a huge piece of it.
Right.
They used to
So I
call
already
that
asked that.
Phoebo's Folly. That was before they found a use for the stuff. Poor Phoebo. He wasn't appreciated in his lifetime. Flew out an open mineshaft after a drinking binge. Couldn't tell his left from his right.
So... Nope. Anything else I received since then? No. Okay.
These little darlings are very useful, and so are their byproducts.
Uh-huh. Yes, I know I need bat poop. I just don't know how to get bat poop from my bats. Because... oh. My bats haven't been willing to poop. I hear it's a common problem. So, I'll actually ask about all my items.
You don't know how long I've been waiting for this. Those other probozos Rupert suckered in never came back. I've seen them before, huh?
Oh, right.
Some with that phony timeshare swindler, huh?
Yes, yes. That. Right. What's this? And where did I take it? I'm confused. Where's this picture from? I don't think I took this picture. Yeah, maybe. But, like... and it says another picture from home. Like... what? I still think this game is haunted somehow. Like, are you guys sure this isn't a horror game?
I can't believe you've got that. Look, look. I've got a piece too.
Yay!
Here.
The final piece.
You should take that across the river to the holy woman at Belnir Temple. Do you know what that is? No, you don't know what that is. That is part of the flying disc of Frobaz.
Wait. There's an Easter basket modifier?
Do you know what that is? No, you don't know what that is. That is part of the flying disc of Frobaz.
Well, I don't know either. So. Alright. Now it's the completed disc, I think. Can I look at it? Without throwing it by accident? It looks like a disc.
Do you know what that is? No, you
Well, it's
don't
not
know
parts
what
of
that
it.
is. That is part of the flying
It's
disc
not parts,
of
it is
Frobaz.
the disc. Yes. So. Saving. And there we go. How are we doing on points? Doing okay. So. Let's see. What do I want to use the disc for now that I've got it? But yeah, the bunny ears are great. I need to check the emote modifiers more frequently than I do. So. Okay, Rebecca's not over there. Is she over here?
I've been looking for you. Listen to this. I've heard that the ancient muses of the arts are, in fact, the ancient ruins. And maybe that they're part of the forge. There's also a myth that all magical knowledge of the world was stored in the coconut of Kendor. Probably guarded by that Cyclops.
No response. Okay. So, where did he say to take the disc?
Do you know what that is? No, you don't know what that is. That is part of the flying disc of Frobaz.
Yes.
Do you know what you have? I can't believe you've got that. Look, look. I've got a piece too. Here. You should take that across the river to the holy woman at Belnir Temple.
But the temple's gone. So... do I take it to the witch lady? Nope. Do I take it to... the teacher lady? Like, I'm not sure which lady he's talking about. She won't cover that subject. So... Is there another woman? I mean, there's the fairy. And the singing tree. It's not the singing tree, right? That doesn't make any sense, so... And of course I can't fast travel inside the forest. That would have been silly. Of course not. So, what could I do? I guess it might be. Well, sorry in advance. So. Nope. We're trying to figure out what to do with the disc.
You good soul, my friend.
I can't give it to her. Can't show it to her. I don't think throwing it at her would be the right thing to do. So... what if I just throw it at him?
Whack, whack.
What if I drop it here? Nope. Have I tried to show it to the mayor? Either way, I should probably try.
Have you been drinking with Booze Miller?
Can I play the recordings I got from the comedy club here? Cliff?
Okay. So you think you're funny? Go ahead, make me laugh.
Okay. So, ask about...
Okay. So you think you're funny? Go ahead, make me laugh.
That's my father. I miss him.
Well. See ya. Actually, I didn't take a picture down there, so I'll try. Don't know if it works, but well, I'll find out in a second.
Well, let's see if you could do better this time. You don't have to bother taking that thing to Photoshop. It's so negative here, they come out positive.
Not allowed. Okay, fine. And I didn't get a picture from doing that. Fine. But why am I not allowed to take pictures? I'm just gonna show them to everyone around town. No big deal. So, what do I do now? Well, I haven't been able to use the bats anywhere, so... I guess I could try and release them in the woods. Not sure why that would be the place to do that. But this game doesn't need to make sense, right? So, bats. There. Bats. Okay. I released the bats. Okay. I've got bat poop now. Okay then. Where are they going? Are they just marking the path towards the wizard? Yes, they are. That's pretty fancy. But I need to go back, so... I think I'm stuck. Yeah. Whoopsies. Everything's fine. This is fine. That's what happens when I'm too fascinated by what the bats are doing. Alright. So... I have the completed desk, so everything's fine. Back to this forest and release the bats. If I wanted to just use a walkthrough, I could do that very easily, so please let me actually try and figure stuff out. Thanks. So. Wait, it's laced with aluminite. That's pretty fancy. Oh, it's fine. Would have been fun to release the bats in the cavern. Wait, can I use this stuff to make stuff glow in the dark? Thanks a follow. What if I put poop on a stick? No, okay. On the powder? No. And yes, science. Trying to put poop on a stick. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm a genius. So... on there? Nope. On the boomerang? No. On the coin? Nope. Into the water. I can. I now have poopy water. Lovely. Nothing better than some poopy water. But why though? Can I drink that now?
I've been looking for you. Listen
Well,
to this.
I guess I'm not
I've heard that
invisible.
The ancient muses of the arts
Invisible.
are, in fact, the ancient ruins.
So.
And maybe that they're part of the forge.
So, it seems like I'll actually need to get past the spider to the waterfall and do all that stuff. And not just put poop in water and expect it to turn me invisible. Because, I mean, what else would you expect if you put poop in water and then drink the water? So. Poop on the boat? Glow in the dark arrows? No? Okay. Would be kind of fun if I could do that though. If I could just put bat poop on everything and... Well, you do have a point. Maybe I shouldn't be drinking bat poop water. But on the other hand, I mean... I'm not sure bats spread that specific disease, but there are plenty of other diseases that you probably don't want to get that bats can carry. So, yeah. Apparently people should try and avoid bat poop in general, just because bats carry lots of diseases, and so there's their poop, and, well.
Oh, hiya, sailor.
Would probably be best for the rest of the human race to avoid bat poop. I mean, the odds are that, COVID-19 was at least, partially bat disease before it ended up infecting humans. So, it seems the virus might have been passed from a bat to a different animal and then to humans. I think that's the current hypothesis. But it's kind of difficult to check that stuff, so. Unless any of you have a time machine, in which case, how and how can I get one? Anyways, what do I do with the bat poop now that I have it? Can I use it on my plant to make it glow in the dark? No. But I can eat the bonding plant while holding bat poop. That's great. Can I put it in the milk? No. Okay. Good. Can I light it on fire? No. So... beautiful soundtrack. Anyways, where was I? The soundtrack is just too great. So... maybe I can show people the bat poop. Like the witch. She mentioned it. So... look at this lovely bat poop. No? Okay. Maybe I can put it on the rotting meat. No. I guess not. There. I'll just store my rotting meat in her house. Since she wasn't even willing to talk to me while I was carrying it. So, seems like the perfect place. Alright. Maybe Rebecca knows something about the bat poop. But where is she?
Hey, good to
there
see
she
you.
is.
I just read something you might be interested in. I've been reading mythology lately. It is said that there used to be a forge at the ancient ruins. Oh, and I also heard that there were grooves that attack you in the dark.
Yeah, well, the second part is definitely real. So, there's probably no forge.
Hey, I just found this in an old magazine on magic. It says if you put bat guano in... I can't read that much. Anyway, it says you can become invisible. I wonder what that says.
Great. What do you mean she wasn't talking to me? I'm confused. So, guessing nothing has changed here. Yep. Lovely. So. Hello, cow. Still does not respond. Yeah, she does. She reads a lot. And a lot of different stuff, too. So, let's see. Can I finally get past that dog, though? Anything? Maybe? Or do I need to turn invisible to get past the dog? Possibly. Silly dog. Oh, maybe the spider is scared of the dog. So maybe I can play the recording of the dog barking to scare away the spider. Yeah, it's not gonna work, but maybe. I mean, it's not like that spider makes sense otherwise, so... It might work. You like people who punch people. Okay then. I mean, you do you. So, can I use the bat poop in here? Bat poop. No. Maybe I can light the bat poop on fire. Nope. Can I use it on the matches? No. Just a little less punching, so. You still want some of the punching. Let's see. So I'll need to find the invisible water at the waterfall behind the spider, but to get past the spider I need the amulet thingy, so. It's gonna be fun to try and find the invisible water, I'm sure. So... what could I do to get in here? Oh, the witch did say that the trolls took her amulet, so that is what I'll need to be doing. So it's just a matter of how do I get past the troll now? I don't have a proper light source. I don't know how to make one. Can I use the bat poop on the illuminite? No. Maybe there's something about the railing on the lighthouse. Because I can click on it, and I couldn't do anything there earlier, so. There might be something there. So... what if I just... What's that sound? What if I pick up the bow and fire an arrow? Nope. What else could I do up here? Use the mirror? No. Can't turn around. I mean, I was hoping I could, get the light from the lighthouse, which is using illuminite. So. It gives off a touch of light. Well, that doesn't sound like a lot of light. So I'm not sure why it works on the lighthouse. What if I use the bat poop on the rails? No. Well, railing, I guess. Either way, doesn't seem to do anything. What else could I use? The stick? No. What if I just use the boomerang? I think I threw it off the lighthouse. Where did it go? Over here. Okay. Got it again. Everything's fine. Doesn't seem to be a great boomerang though. It doesn't really look like a normal talon. So... seems like someone did something with that talon. Well, it doesn't seem to be great at being a boomerang. No? Okay. What if I throw the disc at the rail? No. What if I throw the mirror at the rail? I missed. Coins at the rail. I missed again. Wire? No. The bonding plant? The disc pieces again? Nope. No, I don't get the joke yet. Am I supposed to get the joke? Because... well, I don't. Maybe I'm supposed to get it. No. For some reason I can only throw things at the railing. It's very silly. Oh, fine, I guess. Well, I'd say dork doesn't just mean nerd. It's like, I'd say you can be a dork without being a nerd. So. Seems there's not much I can do here. Except just throw stuff off the side of the lighthouse. Thanks for the bits. How you doing? And those cheer emote thingies are very cute. Just needed to be said. I keep on missing. You'd think I'd be better at throwing by now. Well, I'm just being silly. So, over here would be all of my stuff. It's fine. There we go. Yeah, they are. But it's just, well, part of the art style, I guess. So, let's see. Yeah, it's from 93, I think. So. I have no clue what that means. So, probably something. So, what could I do with the talon? Because I haven't used the talon at all. And it just seems relevant. Like, maybe I could throw it at the troll and have it hit him from behind and have that be something. I don't know. I'm confused. I just don't know why I haven't used it at all, because I think it's the only item I haven't been able to use at all at this point. So. I don't know if I need to use the mice anywhere, because so far I only use the rats. So, not sure if I need the mice. The bow doesn't really seem like I need to use it, or, well, I haven't used it yet. So, I haven't used the bow, haven't used the talon, or, well, bow and arrow. Or have I? No, I used the talon on the net in the forest. So. But I don't think I specifically had to use the talon for that. I think it might have worked with another item too. I don't think I used the bow there. I think I just used the sword to get my talon back. So, talon, bat poop. I'm not sure I've used the flask. I probably have, but I don't know. But it seems like the flask is going to go with the bat poop to make the potion. So that's gonna be a thing. Arrows go with the bow, of course, but I don't know where. This thing seems like it's not going to be relevant. So, yeah. It seems like might want to try and combine the items I haven't used. Also haven't used the Illuminite. Well, this piece. And I haven't used the stick since I used it to get out of the swamp. But maybe that's just the reason why I have it. So. Can I use the wire on the talon somehow? Because it looks like it has a hole at the bottom, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just, well, some kind of fancy gold circle thing. So. Let's see. Can I use the bonding plant on the hook? No. Well, talon. Same thing. Yeah, what is this thing meant for? Looks like it might work for climbing, possibly? Because it has a handle. So, there's that. For, like, scratching something into a surface that's soft enough to, well, be scratched by this talon. So maybe I can scratch something into a tree. But I don't think that's going to be very helpful here. Can I stab the talon? No. So I'm starting to think I might need a hint to figure out what to do next. Because I'm trying to get past the troll. And that part just makes no sense to me. Like, maybe it's something as simple as using the match on the right item. Oh, too early. Okay. Fine. What else could I try and do? Because I can't get the medallion yet. So maybe it's going to be about this thing. Since I haven't used that anywhere either. I mean, I've asked people about it, but that's about it. Can't use that on the talon. Have I tried to use it on the poop? Well, it doesn't work. Still don't know what all these statues are for. I have quite a few of those. Alright. So, what other area do I still need to figure out? The ruins and the forest don't really seem like separate places, but maybe I can drop this thing here. No. What if I turn around and Drop it here. And turn around again? No. Can't ask this guy. Well, he only shows up when he wants to. So. I can say words. So. I stab the book. Because at this point, it seems like the right thing to do. Because I'm only slightly insane. Just a tiny bit. So where are the ruins? I mean, I can't cross the river here. Oh, right. I can't cross the river. I need to figure out how to cross the river. Oh. For some reason I thought that this place was on the other side of the river. So, I've been trying to cross the river the entire time. Because he said I needed to cross the bridge to get to the ruins. And over on the other side, the ruins are on the other side of the river. So... logic? Somewhere in there, I think? I don't know. Could be either one. So... how do I cross the river? I mean... would be nice if I could just fast travel over there. What climbing? Oh, with a talon? But, like, where would I want to climb? Through the water? Up the bridge? There's nothing here I can click on, so... Anyways. How do I cross this river? Would be nice if I could still have the vine, because then I could, like, once again, tie it to an arrow, shoot the arrow to the other side, and use that. But no, the vine does not grow back. Alright. I don't have rope or steel wire or anything like that. So, what could I use to get past this bridge? I had what? The thing I need? Or do you mean the vine? No, I don't have rope. Oh, I had rope? When did I have rope? I don't remember having rope. Did I have rope in this game? Ever? I don't remember. Oh, right, the cliffs. Good point. Right, I tied that thing there. I forgot. To me, it was just, no, part of the landscape. So, thanks. I completely forgot that I put that there. Okay, rope on an arrow. rope on the talon. No. Rope on the boat. No. Rope on the river?
Stay back, okay?
No. Could I tie it somewhere? What if I just look at it? Sturdy. Well, having it be sturdy rope seems good. Really? Well, if that's correct, then why doesn't it work? Because, like, it doesn't work. So. If it's right, then it should probably work, right? Well, I can't tie it to anything, as I said. I can drop it. I can throw it. Glad I didn't lose it by doing that. Can I tie it to the bell? That seems incredibly silly, but why not? No, okay. Oh, maybe I need to tie it to the railing. I could tie it to the railing of the lighthouse. But that seems incredibly silly. Why would I want to be all the way up there? When I could just... well... whatever. So... do I want to tie a cow hitch? Or tie the rope on the rail? Don't know the difference, so... tie the rope on the rail with a cow hitch. Okay. So... tie the talon on the rope. Pick up rope? Nope. Tie rope? No. Pick up rope. Cow hitch. Talon. And then throw rope? There! Wait. Something's not right. Oh, there. Okay, I can just travel. I don't know. And I don't know why I need the talon for that either. But it's fine. This is fine. It makes perfect sense. Oh wow, the camera movement is realistic. Alright.
Phoebo's cluster used to be here. Now Canuck started acting very strange after he came in contact with the thing. One night he snuck in here and swapped the cluster for a fake.
Can I take that? Alright, that's my shield now. I hope I don't get in trouble for stealing that thing. So...
Hello. You
Hello.
must have traveled far. Not too many people visit the temple anymore. Not
Probably
since
because
the
the
reign
bridge
of
is
darkness
broken.
began. There's only one magical device left that can shatter the wall of illusion that allows evil to thrive.
Is it the one I have?
Hello. You must have traveled far. Not too many people visit the temple anymore. Not since the reign of darkness began. There's only one magical device left that can shatter the wall of illusion that allows evil to thrive. The device was a disc that was broken and its pieces divided and hidden. The disc must be reforged. I do not know exactly how, but the orb you carry will focus the light.
Okay.
Hello.
Well, that was
You must have traveled far.
very direct.
Not too many people visit the
So,
temple anymore.
Need to
Not
reforge
since the
it,
reign of darkness began.
and... yes.
There's only one magical device left that can shatter the wall of illusion that allows evil to thrive.
Nope.
Hello.
Hello.
You must have traveled far. Not too many people visit the temple anymore. Not since the reign of darkness began.
Would be nice if they
There's
didn't
only
have
one
her say
magical
that every
device
time.
left that can shatter the wall of illusion that allows evil to thrive. It is wise to be wary, but you should also know who to trust if you are to survive.
Okay. Whatever. So... Nope. Still don't know what that picture is supposed to be. I don't know where this is, so... Have I even been here?
You remember that cluster? Phoebo's Folly, they used to call it. The one Canuck walked off with. That Canuck. What a character. You know, it took us nearly a decade to figure out that he was cuckoo.
Thanks for the raid! How you doing? And what were you streaming? There. Finally taking a picture of the temple. Fair enough. Oh. Interesting. Nothing photogenic, really now? If you say so.
Now, Canuck's been overpowered by the cluster. Now, the cluster isn't happy being called the cluster anymore.
Have not heard of that game.
It wants to be called Morpheus. Has delusions of grandeur, wouldn't you say? And Canuck seems to be taking instructions from it.
Yeah, exactly. A scoop-shaped shield. What's a scoop shape? Well, I'm guessing it's a Tetris game. I'm not sure I've heard of Tetris Attack specifically. But I have heard of Tetris.
Welcome back.
Pedestal.
That used to hold a large crystal of illuminite. It was called the cluster. Canuck used to be mesmerized by it, and when he disappeared, the cluster lost its brilliance. I believe the cluster was evil.
Okay.
Since the time of the cluster and Canuck's disappearance, the world has become increasingly dark. Very few people come here anymore.
Okay.
Phoebo. He discovered the illuminite cluster. The shrine holds pieces of his mining cart and some of his clothes.
Well, that's not weird at all. So. No? Really? Nothing to say about the disc? Nothing at all? What am I even here for? Okay. This sheet.
The disc must be reforged. I do not know exactly how, but the orb you carry will focus the light.
Okay.
Illuminite.
Yes. Thanks.
You have the true sword. Let me
Yes.
bless it.
Okay.
You have the true sword. Let me bless it.
I guess I need to
That
hand it
used
to
to
her.
hold a large crystal of illuminite. It was called the cluster. Canuck used to be mesmerized by it, and when he disappeared, the cluster lost its brilliance. I believe the cluster was evil.
Yes, because clusters of material can be evil. Obviously. So. Right. Whoopsies. Forgot this was...
Since the time of the cluster and Canuck's disappearance, the world has become increasingly dark. Very few people come here anymore.
You want one of those?
You have the true sword. Let me bless it.
There you go. Yeah, it might be a flower pot. But hopefully not a very heavy flower pot.
It will serve you faithfully in your fight against evil.
Okay. So does it look different now? Not really. No. No. Oh, I can go that way. Interesting.
You're kind of clumsy for this kind of work, aren't you?
What?
Can't be too choosy these days.
What work?
Here, you'll need this. Wait! Your sword. You must be one of us.
General, we've got the bearer of the dwarven sword of Zork.
Good. Need all the help we can get.
How much illuminite do we have left?
Right now we have enough.
Now let me get this straight. Right now...
They really
we got
talk with
plenty
their
of illuminite.
arms and hands, don't
It's
they?
stockpiled to the left of the armory. Where? Right over there. Where? I don't see it. Forgot my glasses. Keep those lines straight. It's right over there. It's covered. Oh. On the left. The left. Right. Keep those lines straight.
What? Oh, they're dwarves. Of course. So, what about straight lines?
General, we've got the bearer of the dwarven sword of Zork.
Okay,
Good.
fine, fine.
Need all
It's
the
just
help
gonna
we
be
can
that entire scene
How much
again.
illuminite do we have?
Sorry about that.
Right now we have enough. Now let me get this straight. Right now, we've got plenty of illuminite. Yes, sir. It's stockpiled to the left of the armory. Where?
Can I
Right
skip
over
this? Okay, I can. I'm glad. So they're both the general. Okay. And if I talk to them...
We've got
Yep. Ah. Okay. Why not?
Let me see that. Yep.
Just yup. Okay.
That reminds me a little of Great Uncle Phoebo. Remember? She found that huge chunk of illuminite that started this whole mess. Phoebo's Folly, they called it. Everybody laughed at him. Yep. Up until we flew out of the mine shaft in a drunken stupor, never could tell his left from his right. And now, that's all we mine. Illuminite.
Yeah, exactly. I can just listen to the recording. Because I'm pretty sure I have one.
kind of clumsy for this kind of work, aren't you? General, we've got the bearer of the dwarven sword of Zork. That reminds me a little of Great Uncle Phoebo. Remember? She found that huge chunk of aluminite that started this whole mess. Phoebo's folly, they called it. Everybody laughed at him.
Yes, shush.
Up until he flew out of the mine shaft in a drunken stupor, he never could tell his left from his right. And now, that's all we mine. Aluminite.
Uh-huh. So, I'm just trying to go through my recordings.
Good. Need all the help we can get. How much aluminite do we have left? Right now we have enough.
Okay.
Now let me get this straight. Right now, we've got plenty of aluminite. Yes, sir. It's stockpiled to the left of the armory. Where? Right over there. Where? I don't see it. I forgot my glasses. Keep those lines straight. It's right over there. It's covered. Oh. On the left.
Uh-huh.
The left. Right. Keep those lines straight. Keep those lines straight.
Okay. So, where's the armory?
Illuminite
Probably somewhere.
attracts evil magic like a magnet.
Well, good thing I'm carrying some of that. Oh, that's the armory. Pretty sure.
So, you're back.
Yes.
Ready to storm the Citadel.
So I'm guessing it's in the boxes?
So, you're back. Ready to storm the Citadel.
So they've got a giant evil magnet next to the armory. Seems like the right place to put your giant evil magnet, right? I mean, where else would you put it? Well, I'm sure this is safe. Whee! Whee! Okay. I don't think this makes any sense, but okay. Hello, how you doing? That's a new version of my nickname. Haven't heard that one yet, I think. Nope, 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 that's not that one. Fine, I guess I might need to just listen to their stuff again. And then go right down, left, right, and so on. So. Because when you get out of the minecart, it says right back where you left, right? So.
You're kind of clumsy for this kind of work, aren't you? Can't be too cheap. General, we've got the bearer of the dwarven sword of Zork. Right now we have enough.
Okay.
Good. Need all the help we can get. How much aluminite do we have left?
So, left,
Right now we have enough.
right,
Now let me get this straight.
straight,
Right now, we've got plenty of aluminite.
right,
Yes, sir. It's stockpiled to the left of the armory.
left,
Where? Right over there.
right,
Where? I don't see it. I forgot my glasses. Keep those lines straight.
straight,
It's right over there. It's
right,
covered. Oh, on the left.
left,
The left.
left,
Right.
right,
Keep those lines straight.
and straight. So, that should be fun. So, left, right, straight, oh, I went too far. Okay. So, left, right, straight, and then right, and then left, and then right, and then straight, and then right, and then left, left again, right, and straight. Nope. Oh.
I think we're near something we missed during the Great Diffusion.
Okay. Well. Green button, red button, bunch of statues. It's great. So, wear helmet. Light is on. Okay. Oh. The helmet. I could probably use that in the cave. Pretty sure I can. So, shield over there. So, red button. No. No. Okay. I'll put the disc pieces in there. And green button. Lovely. They should start a band. Actions speak louder than words. Okay? Red button. Yeah, they could be. Do I need to give them stuff? How about a mirror? Does he want a mirror? No. Does he want a mirror? No. Nobody wants one? Fine. Does anyone want a shield? Oh. It's too dangerous. Oh. Alright then. Seems I was right. So... what does the middle one do? So, is he throwing a stick? No. He's holding a stick. Okay. Perfect. Does anyone need a knife? No. No. Too dangerous. So... how about a coin? No? Yeah, it's too dangerous to give that statue a coin. Who knows what he might do with it? Bow? No? Really? How about... the Illuminite? No. Big sword? No. 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 What if I push the other button? Seems their movements are pretty much the same. And I don't think I've seen this one move. Anyone want a helmet? Oh, that one wants one. Okay. How about some arrows? No. Key? No. An orb? Oh, he wants an orb. So I've got 2 to go. So... oh. Where'd the orb go? Give me my orb back. Okay, it's right here. Good. So... what if I give the orb to someone else? Won't do that. Okay. So... the box? No. The plant? No. This thing? No. Book? The dust? Unless, maybe I've already got the right combination. I just need to push the right button. No. Red one is the wrong button. What if I give the staff to someone else? No. Green button? Nope. Okay. What? Redistribute something? What could I redistribute? Not entirely sure what's going on. Anyways. I think that might be enough for today, to be honest. So... yeah, I'll just save again, I think. And we can go see who's live. So, do I know anyone who's live right now? Yes, actually I do. Several people even. Are any of them not currently getting done with their stream? Because that would be convenient. Well, Mike is playing Zach McCracken. Not sure if he's ending the stream already. I'll see if I can figure that out. Yeah, he seems like he might be ending the stream. So, I'll just assume that's the case. Since he usually ends the stream around a similar time I do. So, yeah, I'd say we're just gonna go watch Tom. He's still playing Baldur's Gate, so we'll see how that's going. Anyways, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Yeah. Bye.